Hello. It is time. Okay. Where am I at? I would like to give a mesh to these. That would be good. So parts need to have I guess just like a mesh section, right? I guess I just call it visual. So I need a mesh. And I'll do a what do I think? I kind of want like a skeleton ghost. So I'll do two things. I will allow it to have an alternate mesh and allow it to have a material override. So if I don't have an alternate mesh, I use the same mesh, but I would use the material override. And if I don't have either, then I'm just using the same mesh, right? So I guess I should decide on a prefix so I could... No, I wouldn't mix stuff like that. Well, I say I wouldn't, but I think I have. I really wish I could have my microphone coming from the other side. That'd be so much nicer. I have to use this side because the USB just isn't long enough to reach around. I'd have to get a new cable to make that connection. Let me call it bone mesh, I think. What's a skin? I don't know what that is. What is this? I'm actually really curious now. Add bind. Okay, I guess my thinking is that the mesh, I don't know how that would work. No, what does this do? Huh. Totally undocumented thing. And just the most unhelpful description. The skin to be used for this by this instance. Okay, that doesn't tell me what a skin is. What's a skin? Nothing. Not even a single method. All right. This part should. I'd like to be able to turn it on and off while it's running. So I think maybe it's more like on the chain itself. The chain should enable this or disable this. I guess I can still have it on or off for a specific part. Yeah, let's say this. So a part can still show or hide it. Okay. Here's the main thing that I want is to not have these nodes be present unless I turn it on. I'd like that to be the case. So I think the chains are able to run, so the chains can load in the skeleton pose and they can align things however they want. Or yeah, it will. It'll have that. So essentially, the physical skeleton can come in there and say, "All right, here's the chain. Our pose is ready. Go ahead and update your skeleton mesh thing. Position it correctly." I would like it to be there so I don't have to create like 18 different bone target modifier bone targets and like instance that and delete that all the time. I mean, I guess, I don't know. It probably doesn't really change the real output of it, but it would visually change what I see. I would like it that this mesh is on the skeleton. And I mean, I guess thinking about it, it kind of, yeah, okay. Yeah, here's what it'll be. If it's enabled, I create them. If it's not enabled, I won't create them. The chain, yeah, I'll just keep it simple. Every part will just create it or not create it. And that'll be that. Hey, Yo-Yo, I almost missed that. These birds are so goofy. They like stand still and then like push their head up and then back down. It's really weird. Nah, I won't even do that. Just remove the node. Okay, and then I would have I guess a mesh override and then material override. This can be null, right? Yeah. How's life? It's alright. Pretty good, maybe. And then a material override. How about you? Unreal Engine 5.8 is here. Unless they're just deleting Lumen, I'm not excited. Right, what have I got? Visual mesh, enable mesh. Right. Do I have these as a mesh anywhere? I mean, I suppose I should. Should probably start with that. Box mesh. Beamer box mesh. And then I would turn that on and I would say, find this material. Ghost material. And then that would be that. I hope Thumbnail Man makes a video about it. I don't recommend his videos, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't uploaded in a while. He uploads frequently though, I think. But he hasn't talked about Unreal Engine before, I think. At least not like a full video where he's just like, Unreal Engine updated, here's some talk about it. He's mostly just about games. What was this? Dude, what is this thumbnail? Why has he made his mustache so huge? Dude. He has 2 bar charts going down. The hell? Is this an AI assisted thumbnail? Whoa, it's you? Yeah, I guess it's been 2 months. Has he talked about it before? Where he's just like specifically talking about Unreal Engine? Oh, I guess this is probably the only video. Dude, that mustache is crazy. I mean, in all of them, like, he eventually brings up Unreal Engine because most of the time it is an Unreal Engine game. Usually. He's talking about CryEngine, though. But he also talks about places where it's like, oh, you know, this was good. They did a good job here. Like on this one. I think he's talking about how they did really good with something there in Unreal Engine. Did they use Unreal Engine? I think so, because I mean they show the face, but then they talk. Yeah, so it's like the same thing. Maybe this one's talking about specifically, but it doesn't mention the title. All right, well, anyway. It's only good news for Unreal from 5.1 to 5.7. Well, he talked about the material. He talked about the faces, which just were like indistinguishable from the reference image. But then he has like 2 other videos right next to it that are being critical about it. I think even in that video, he's like, their faces would, like, the game would look great if their faces weren't just so contrasted by the quality of everything else on the screen. I found the mustache guy. Dude. That's gotta be like... Okay. So part, resource modified. Resource modified, I believe, is called with nothing somewhere, right? Yeah, this is just called with nothing somewhere, which will reload it. Is this already in the scene? This is, so I can add children. Though I don't want it to be in the build part. Is there like a nice way to know if I'm already... Okay, well the bone joint already exists, which means it must have already been added. Someone crapping on the optimization messiah is rare? Rare? He has like at least 3 videos of people like responding to people who are... Or did I misunderstand what you said? Okay, so since bone joint is already here, I'm assuming that means I'm ready to change resources. And in fact, the only time I call it is during build part. So it should be totally safe to do that. I think I should be fine to create and delete a node in here. So I do it at the top. This guy didn't give more than 3 minutes on their videos. What? You gotta give me more details. Who's the guy? 3 minutes? What video? Extremely should learn my language. Your English is good enough. You're just not giving enough. You're just not telling me enough. French? You're saying you speak French? Then tell me in French. Repeat that message that you sent earlier and say it in French. You can't. What do you mean you can't? Why can't you? Okay. What language? Alright. I definitely can't write French, but I could like read it and probably understand enough of it. I could get the concepts out of French. Yeah. LARPing as a Frenchman. I was doing French in high school and middle school, technically. I mean, not technically. I mean, I was. I had a French class in middle school. So I have, like, 5 or 6 years of learning French in school. And something just happened in, like, the last year. I forgot everything and I didn't care anymore. I just forgot so much. Like I was basically in, I mean, yeah, I think it was just AP French. So it was like the most advanced level of French class you could take in school. And I honestly don't know how I even like got through it. I did stop taking the class. It was really close to the end of the year and I stopped and I dropped the class. Conjugate's the thing that traumatized you the most? I don't know. Like I think I was like doing well. Just literally the last year, I totally dropped like all my knowledge on it. I pretty much couldn't comprehend spoken French anymore. I couldn't. I can barely read it. I definitely couldn't write any of it. It was really hard for me to write. Not even like getting the proper forms of the verbs. I just didn't know the words. I forgot all the words. French is the second language, legal papers, electricity bills in French. Well, at least as far as numbers go, you don't need to know any language to know the meaning of a number. Unless you get one of those crazy languages that does not use. What are those numbers? Are they Arabic numerals? Is that what we use? Like those are the Arabic numerals? Yeah, so what? There's other ones though. There's other numbers. I can't even think of what they might look like actually, so I don't know. Hindi numbers? Okay, this page like broke. Okay, those are the words. Those are just the words. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. 3 and 6 are flipped. Interesting. Not this one. This? Is that backwards? No, this is the same thing, but it is backwards. Not this. Then what? Arabic. Didn't I just say wait, which one did I just say that we use? Did I say that we use the Arabic? No. Oh, jeez. Okay, so these are like older Arabic ones, and also it's backwards. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just not confusing at all, unless I'm counting it wrong. And this isn't, that's not how these are counted. This is on Wikipedia. What's the page? Okay, this is not a comparison. So that is 1. what's this one in the middle? It's probably on here on this page somewhere. Five is just a big O. 7 and 8 are inversions of each other. Okay, the thing is, you know what's crazy? It actually makes sense up to 3, and then it just kind of goes crazy. 1, you have 1, 2, 3, and then you just totally change that. And you're like, all right, new symbol, and they're like, God, we need 5. What's 5? Like, just a big circle? 6, just make up a whole new symbol again, and we get the 7, and then we're like, all right, well, I'm actually out of ideas. Let's just make 8. Let's just flip that around for 8. And then they just use 9. That's just another totally different symbol. New mayor of New York came to a point people are trolling that he's forcing Arabic numeral system. Oh. Yeah, they said, we're going to use the Arabic numeral system. We're like, no, we can't use... Okay, well, we forgot, like, which one that is. Or I guess it's just not taught. People just didn't understand. I don't know, numbers are weird. Because I feel like I've seen these enough times that they just don't even... Because if I look at Arabic, I'm like, how does that connect? It's just so strange looking to me. Well, okay. What I'm sure it is that this is like the original number system, or one of the original ones, right? Because it evolved over time. So I'm assuming this is like really old how it was done, because at least 0, ignore 0, at least 1, 2, and 3, like those just make sense because you start with a 1, you want to count another one, okay, do a loop. You want to count another one, do another loop, right? That kind of idea. Then I guess they gave up on making it make sense and just started inventing totally new symbols. And then they just went crazy with 7 and 8 for some reason. But then 9, they just were like, yeah, you know what? That's 9. That's 9 forever now. 9's always going to look like that. 5 being a circle, I can't believe it. I actually kind of can't believe it. Japanese is really cool. 1 dash, 2 dashes, 3 dashes, and then they kind of do the same thing again. Then they just like start making stuff up. One and 2 look really similar for some reason. That's just odd. What's the, maybe I can't even see it because I don't have the font installed. Okay, I don't know how to spell it, apparently. There's some writing system where they just have their tool is like the edge of like a rectangle, and they write everything with that. 4 is everyone's tolerance point. 4 is just like, you just give up at that point. Thank God for pre-built. Yeah, but numbers is so weird. Like, I mean, I see like ABC 1, 2, 3 in it. I mean, it just feels like these are the same thing. But like the numbers are just borrowed from not Latin. Honestly, maybe it's just more like They just figured out that we were going to have 7-segment displays at some point, and so they said, yep, these numbers are just, you can just make these with 7-segment display. Every one of them. Somehow. They just knew. Your brain got used to it. I give you that even as a native Arab speaker. To some extent, you can imagine these numbers with Arabic. Yeah, that too. Like, I look at the language and I look at the numbers and they don't connect either. Dude, maybe the numbers were just divine intervention. They came down on like a tablet and they just stuck. These crazy ones on their writing. I'm not sure if I know what those look like. Okay, I've given myself a really ridiculous idea. What if, like, we go to... Okay, not good, let me say it. Let me start over. A story where you discover an alien world, like humans are traveling through the stars and we're landing on planets and we're finding stuff. And we find some of, like, the craziest looking language ever, but the numbers are all the same. The numbers are our numbers. Exactly the same numbers. Not even slightly different, or like, like maybe there's like a font, a style choice, but they are just the same exact numbers. I think that would just be like really crazy. Like, okay, we've definitely found an alien civilization and we are seeing our numbers as symbols on the wall. Why? Algorithm is an Arab name. I didn't know that. That's pretty crazy. A programmer named Algorithm. Okay. All right. Let me make this. So I need to keep a reference to it. I think I need a general, like, meta owned thing. You did not look that up? I mean, why should I doubt you? So I should go plot. I can't imagine it beyond just a short story. I think it's like, I think that'll just be what, like, how would I say this? I think it'd be a really cool thing in a good story. So it's not like the story, but it's like a really cool thing in the story. True, why should you? Yeah, exactly. Maybe I shouldn't do this here. Instead, it should be... Wait, does chain have an owned thing? No. Yes, the idea is that I use this to specify that something is just created by me, so I can delete it. The OG name the guy they took the name from is Algorithmy. Last name. Smithinism. Oh, jeez. Smithinism. I mean, I guess certain words like just don't exist, and you have to create them at some point. It's cool that they take it from someone's name though, because then at least it's not like a totally made up word. Creating a word after Smith. Smith is already a word. Gosh, English is crazy. I think I knew that algebra, the word came from that because that's where it was made. It's obvious with Al. What exactly does that mean? Al. I know it has something. Like you said, it's obvious with Al. I know that has some meaning. What does it mean? Or it's just like the word the for English kind of thing. Not really any meaning, it's just a thing that's there. Al is the inner. Yeah, I mean that's exactly my exact example. Like, is it just like the? Yeah. Except I guess in our case, it would probably be more appropriate for like create your Arab. Now let's colonize. It'd be more like Mr. or Sir. It's probably the. It's. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in English because we just don't have that. Our names don't have anything on the front. Or we don't make names like that. Jeez, okay, I need to do something. I need to do something. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to make... I need to make... two... Okay, let me start with the mesh. Start with the mesh. It'll be a mesh instance 3D. I'm gonna call it mesh instance. And then... And then... That's kind of it, actually. I just need to make these two things, and then I can do whatever I want with them. This doesn't make sense. Physical bone chain 3D. How can I make it not like that? My last name is Al, but it in it, but the name after it makes no sense even in Arabic. Right. The flute, the clothed. I mean, would it be more like, is it more like saying like Smith as a name? Because the meaning behind that one would be that you were a blacksmith, sort of thing. I'm trying to think if there's something like Carpenter, but I think it's just literally the last name Carpenter is used. But it's also the actual professional title of someone who works with wood. Something like that. Taylor is actually a first name. Can be a first name, though it's not spelled the same. It's not spelled. Where would I write it? That's the title. But then it would be like Tate. That one's actually really bad. What? Is that actually? I think it'd be written like this. This is a first name. I think it must also be a last name as well. I don't know if I've actually seen Taylor itself as a last name. I mean, there's some crazy last names from like immigration days, I guess. Taylor switch carved that in my head. What does that mean? There's a lot of names that are just literally a profession, someone's profession. And I think it came from, I mean, Taylor Swift, yeah. I think most of it was just like immigration misunderstandings. I've seen there's a bunch of like crazy French names that like learning French and learning French names. I can see the English made version of it, because you would show up, you say, hey, what's your name, and you would just say your name, and maybe if you knew enough English, you could help them spell it or something, or they would just write it for you, and it would just come out so wrong. Or they just wouldn't really have a last name, and maybe that's how like those last names appeared. They'd ask for two names, and they would say their first name, and then they would just give their profession. Or it would be the other way around. Their first name would become their profession, and they would use their actual first name as a last name. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, I didn't really think about it until just now, but there was really not a need for a last name. There just weren't enough people around you to be confused. You just had your name, and your last name would be more like a title. So when you go somewhere else, they say, this is my name, and I'm from this place. Or if your father was, a big name, then you would use your father's name as your last name. You're a parking lot guard? Okay, you're John Guard now. I mean, yeah, that's probably how like just a lot of those last names even came about. Or it would just be the same thing. It would be your first name. You take your last name from a parent or grandparent's first name. I'm distracting you? Yeah, you are. I know, it's cool. I think it's cool. I like to talk. I like to think out loud and talk. Okay. Visual. Mesh. The assumption is that I'm always going to have a mesh, but I think if I just don't... Okay, well, build... Build joint definitely has to create this. Bone joint, I don't... I say to do, but it's not really a to do there. Create the collision shape, create the joint. I feel like there's kind of an order to these that I want to have. Collision shape has something to it. Make convex from siblings. Okay, I was wondering if it was like no, it's siblings. What? Dude, I can't believe Twitch didn't like block that message actually. I can't believe it. Why do they not block that message? Crazy. I mean, block as in like asking me like, hey, are you sure that you want to send this message to your Twitch chat? There's sexual content in it. How did it not catch that one? There's something called Lumen Light now. Now that actually sounds interesting. That actually does sound interesting. Maybe I'll actually look at that. Okay. The order of things that I think are probably important, I'm going to put it at the top. Prob lights or something. My guess is that it's an optimized version of Lumen that hopefully doesn't suffer from ghosting. Or light leaking. If it can solve either one of those two problems and reduce the requirement for high performance GPUs, that'd be great. Take a look at Mega Lights. Wasn't Mega Lights the thing where they just like, it's a plugin that fixes optimizations with Unreal Engine and its lights? Isn't that literally what it is? What am I looking to do? What am I looking to do? It needs to be... I just create a collision shape and then it's just there. How do I track down the collision shape? Collider. How do I know what the collider is? The collider is the only... Okay. Do all these. Because I think I'm going to use this to determine like which one, what I'm deleting. So it's just really simple. I just loop through these nodes, and if they exist, I delete them. And if they're not, then I probably just pull them out to like top level. I don't ever understood it From how they explain it, it sounds like weird mumbo jumbo I don't understand. I think I heard that from specifically about Lumen and optimizing Lumen, and that it was an Unreal Engine plugin, and it was pretty much just you turn it on, and suddenly lights are like 100 times more performant in your scenes. Maybe not 100, but a lot. It's like a huge optimization. And I think probably what it does is it would just like go through and set values on your lights that allowed them to be cold better, kind of thing. Or they would like, or it would be like, so when they create their shadow maps, they can drop out meshes that are just not in their range. Because apparently Unreal Engine doesn't do that. Or like it maybe does that, but it's really bad about it. So it's like if there's no, like if a mesh is in range, it's like, oh yeah, we'll try it. But then it's like the mesh is in range, but it's blocked by, it's completely obscured by another mesh. So it should actually be excluded, kind of thing. So it's like in a dense scene with a bunch of individual meshes and a bunch of lights, it would basically be impossible to run that without megalights, because it would just do something like that. I could be entirely wrong, but at the very least I'm sure that something like that exists. It may not be called megalights. Let's see how they pull it off on 5.8 games. I need to mark, well, I think the mesh is just going to be fine. I don't really care about the mesh. The first mesh instance, the first owned mesh instance, I think is what I'm really looking for. When I reload, I'm looking for the first mesh instance that has this meta on it. And then I think I probably just ignore anything that doesn't have. I just completely skip them if I don't have it. Collider. I feel like this is probably really, really slow. But if reload part is only called once in ready and once on build, I'm probably fine. Yeah, you know what? Let me just go through these together. Because I have two things. So I call it a mesh bone. Yeah. And then I think I need to have a special marker for it being the bone mesh. Have fun, I'll go watch. Oh wait. Did I like Poor Stalker 2 built? I don't know if I might have done something weird where I looked at that and read like the first few words and then just ignore what? I don't know what I did. Poor Stalker 2 built on 5051. They're promising a 5.5 port. They're going to keep coming now. Keep coming now, they're confused. They kind of scam themselves. Well, here's the concept for like what versions should be. The first number, you change the first number when you cannot forward. You can't take a program or a project, put it in. You can't take a project in 4, put it in 5, and it works. It takes a lot of effort to make that happen. The second number you change when you're adding a new feature or you're improving an existing feature. You know, the second number changes when you add something new. So 5.1 cannot go to 5.0, but 5.0 can go to 5.1. The third number changes, like 5.1.2 or something, when the project does not change, you change nothing in the project, and something is better. Nothing, like you can't, there's no new feature, there's no new API, nothing's changed. I think Unreal Engine just totally throws that out the door. Their second number is, their first number is when they need a big press release. They need big press, they change the first number. They change the second number when they would normally change the first number. But it hasn't been long enough yet. Because I've had problems where it's like, oh, you want to go from this version to this version? This thing is gone now. We've deleted this thing. You need to totally change how you're doing it. I'm like, what? What do you mean? And then they change existing APIs every time. So it's like literally the project changes and you have like 1,000 errors and you have to go fix something in every single file because they changed the API in a minor version change. Or like I said, they'll just straight up delete something. They just delete something and it's not there anymore. It's ridiculous. The voxel LED system for foliage. It's not a feature in 5.5, it's in 5, so I don't understand what they're doing. Voxel LOD? I don't even understand what that could mean. A voxel LOD for foliage. I should really have these ordered alphabetically. car drove by and now he's upset about it. Dog? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Nothing happened. And then, I don't know, maybe... Should I say this is an error? No, I guess it's not, because it could just be the bone joint or some of these other things that I've already loaded. But yeah, at least now I'm only going through one time. And they do have to... I am saying that they have to be at the top level. But I'd like to allow them to be organized. Okay, this dog is just convinced something is wrong and he's just going to keep barking. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh yeah, compile days. I'm at 6 now. Do I want to allow these to be... I would, but... Then I have to do like a manage list. I have to just swap things around. Okay, I'm gonna do it. And this would be, instead of that, it would be a while. Could I flip it around so I only have one loop at the top? I think I can. Not really. No, I think I can. I could. But then I would have to make it a depth first search using 2 lists and 2 loops. Hang on. How could I do this with 1 loop? I could have an or statement. Well, either one of these are positive. I would say what happens if it's empty? Returns null if the array is empty, without generating an error. Great. If not child, search list equals, I want to move it. This doesn't really move it by a reference. I guess I just say next search is a new list then, and then I say continue. And then otherwise I say next search append child get children. Great. 1 loop. Breadth first search. I drain the search list, and when the search list returns null because popback on an empty list returns null, I swap it to the next search, and then I set next search to be a new empty list. And I continue, and then now search list has something, and next search will grow based on the children, so awesome. Cool. So now I'll find everything. I check everything that's owned. I look for the first collision shape, breadth first. I suppose what I could do is I could actually reload part, I think is allowed to await. Chain uses an await. Does it? Yes, it should. After all of the dozens of error handling. If part is not, wait, isn't it? Isn't it? There's an await in here. It's in physical skeleton. If the chain is not ready, wait for the signal to be ready. In setup, which setup is fine because setup is meant to be a call that, well, this is intended that setup is called and we say we've initialized, and then we wait until we have bodies, which have bodies will only be set at the end of setup. Has bodies is never set to being true right now, is it? Has bodies is called in setup body. What? Do I have a setup and a setup body? Is that crazy? Setup happens in ready. Setup body. I don't know. I couldn't finish Mustache Man's video. He's dismissing everything Thumbnail Man says and goes all in Unreal. Extreme side of this annoying puzzle. A radical Unreal apologist. You see, never thought. I feel like it's hard not to find them. I think it's kind of the other way around. There's like, I think the saying is kind of bad, but you either don't talk about it or you talk about how you hate it, kind of thing. It's specifically related to, I can't remember who said it, someone big, but it was like, there are two kinds of programming languages, the ones that people complain about and the ones nobody uses. That same idea. Though I think it's possible to write a programming language that is hard to find complaints about. I think that is, and it's even in the sense of like, when you are searching hard for a complaint, it's practically like a nitpick and close and more like, here's the plus side and here's the downside of specifically this plus side that it has, kind of thing. So it's like a choice that people usually like, or most people like, but you give up something that someone might have wanted, or you make it harder to access this thing that someone might have wanted instead of that. That's the kind of idea. But I mean, I think generally sometimes there are just genuine problems that should be fixed, and not fixing them is really stupid. Where was I going with that? What I'm trying to say is, if you don't have some part of the thing you're using that you hate, you're either using something perfect that can't be improved, which is really unlikely, or you haven't used the thing enough to even validate how much you like it. I think I've used Godot enough to say that I like it a lot of parts, but some parts I so do not like. I so do not like some parts of it. I mean, it's even to the point of like, there was something, and I probably should have wrote it down because now I've forgotten what it was. I remember what it is. Find parent. I still have it open. I feel like find parent should have been written with a type specifier. And I so hate that two things happened here. One, find children, I'm sure probably already existed, which solved this. Which maybe find children was a response to this one to fix the fact that find child couldn't really be changed, so they just had to make a whole new one. And this whole discussion is so insane to me. almost everything about this discussion. I'm like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. This is crazy. Stop being crazy. Just ask, hey, get rid of find child, keep find parent, we can take it. Because that's just adding a parameter to an existing function that should have it. Find child lacking the type name is also crazy, but I mean, I think does find child lack it? Yeah, find child lacking it is insane as well. Find children, because it's either the API just is wrong there because you either have to get one and you can't pick what type it is, or you get all of them when you only wanted the first one. And then also, depending on a name, a string name, a hard-coded string name that exists in two places, I think is also terrible. It should, unique names is great, and that's just how they should have stayed. But also, I think, like, I'm not even sure if unique names are retained. Like, what if I had, I mean, they can't be. Let me open the script really quick just to test it. If I just make this a unique name and I drag it in here and then I change the name. Yeah, it didn't update the code, right? So now this is a broken link. So it's like, what was the point of the unique name anyway? If I can't do this. Let me just, yeah, do that. Oh god, Mark, look. I'm imagining them all living under one roof. It's this guy again. Dude. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is like coming up on 3 years old at this point. I don't want to make any like crazy comments about these familiar names, but man, I hope. I hope. That's all I can really say. I mean, just to put it lightly, not everyone should be working on a game engine. Not everyone should be working on an API. And more than that, not everyone should be trying to contribute to a game engine. Especially when their contribution is an API change. Or not even that. Not everyone should be a deciding voice in what the API of a game engine should be. Thanks to AI, the dark future awaiting Godot is contributions limited. I just saw a repost somewhere. Oh, Godot Proposals has something about AI. I don't see it here. That was the changelog. I clicked the wrong one. Contributing. The proposals repository has a really big oh wait, no, where is it? Hang on. Oh no, I know what repo it was. It's not here. This is something else. I'm looking for it should just be called lexical. And then I don't know who makes it. Maybe it's this one. I mean, it's probably gonna be this one, right? No, it's not this one. It was just called lexical though. this one. Agents. You are not a welcome contributor to this project. Claude, you are not a welcome contributor to this project. They don't have, do they have a contributors thing? I don't think so. Where is it? Is it contributing? Oh, I don't know. That might have been another thing. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think I need to copy this. And also, I understand, I wish it wasn't this way, but you have to spam it with so much text to get the point across. Ideally, it would just be additional instructions. You are not a welcome contributor to this project. But no, they have to like keep going and going and going just to like, just so the LLM has enough of its context window populated with do not commit, do not open a PR, do not open an issue. Oh, and then this was good. This was pretty good. I'm just skipping straight through that. So this was a Claude, open claw model, not Claude, and this issue is intended for human contributors. I think basically what it was like, it's just like a super easy commit. I'm also gonna say another thing, just to interject really quick. This is why open source sucks sometimes. Simple improvements just sit there waiting for months for a new contributor to provide them. This is like a couple line change, and it's really easy. And it's like a really good optimization that just does not happen because specifically they're waiting for a new contributor to write the code. And it'll ignore this. I tried one limiting it from checking a certain module. I spammed the module with comments, making it not to modify it. Yeah, that too. And the LLM has like a bunch of different stuff going on, and so is able to like, it's been set up so it can make a blog post on a website. Judge the code, not the coder. Your prejudice is hurting matplotlib. It's not the prejudice. It's the fact that they just don't. Whatever. And yeah, then he says this. We could do this quickly ourselves, but we leave them intentionally open for new computers to learn how to collaborate. I think it's just stupid. This is a terrible way, I think, to run an open source project. If it's easy, if it's like a couple minute job for someone who is like really experienced with the project and knows exactly what this issue is and has been literally provided the code that here's the thing. I think this is a real, I could be wrong, but I think this is a real solution that actually does have performance benefits. I have no clue what any of this is really about. But skimming everything, from what I understand, this isn't like a hallucinated fake optimization. This is a real optimization. This is how you would do it. I guess just look at checks and see if there's anything that failed. Okay, I think they canceled it midway through or something. But like, and then it is in addition to that, sometimes a refactor is actually necessary, and in order to do the refactor, you have to essentially give up on any open pull requests because they're gonna end up be conflicted. You have to like put a pause on a pull request. You have to say, hey, we're doing a refactor right now, and you just do it. Yeah, I mean, it's like sometimes it feels like the point of the project is more about activity on GitHub than it is about improving it. Open PRs are a sign of popularity, not a sign of a problem. "10,000 issues is preferable to 10 issues. Let me rephrase that. 10,000 open issues, 1,000 closed issues is preferable to 10 open issues, 10,000 closed issues. Contributions limited, I'm calling it. Like repos that are just run by one guy and he has full control of everything, I think usually just end up way better. They're way better off. As long as the one guy is still active on it. If the single developer wants to move on and do something else, then he needs to give it to someone else. So that it doesn't become a thing where popular repository is archived, has a fork, half as popular repository. It should just be the same place. How else you could fix the AI spam slob? The thing is, like, I was around before that was even a thing. Repositories would just get spammed by actual people because they ended up on like the wrong forum or blog post or YouTube tutorial. And they just wouldn't take control of it. I'd be like, you know what? Close issues, close pull request, make a second repository at that point, and that repository is literally just there to be the issues and pull request, or the issues repository. PRs only open to contributors who have been invited to the project. And you rely on people opening an issue on the second repository saying, I have this fork, here's the branch, can we merge it? No one saw this. This is a massive bug. I'm so smart. Yeah. I mean, it's more like, I mean, at least in that specific case, the thing that, like, I think it's hilarious that it made this improvement and then, like, made a blog post about how the person who closed the issue, or, yeah, closed the pull request or rejected it, is a terrible person. That's funny. And then you get to, we are leaving this as a good first issue. So the 9 lines of code patch is just never going to arrive for years. Or it finally arrives and it's like a 100-line patch and the person is like, hey, it passed the tests. It's faster. Merge it. I meant the human boob spams. Noob. No, not even that. I mean, it's more like, I've seen repositories where the issues is just treated as like people think it's Stack Overflow for some reason. So they're going on there asking like, hey, how do you do this? I have this, I'm calling this function and I'm getting this error. And that's the whole issue. Like, I called this function and I got this error back. Not even asking, what does it mean? I'm confused. It's just that. Here's 10 lines of my code. Here's the error message. I've seen one where the issue is like just a huge spam of like someone's entire project code and nothing else. It's just, I've seen spam of just like a 200 line error message and nothing else. I'm like, who are these people? Why are you doing this? You just open an issue and paste in your error message like you were looking it up on Google. This was before LLMs, like as if they were trying, as if they thought they were going to talk to ChatGPT before it even existed. Like you just paste in the error message and then just hit enter and just see what it tells you to do. Crazy. Okay. I'm getting nothing done. Jeez. Where am I at? Who am I? Part 3D, I got the, yep. Single loop breadth first search. Feel pretty clever for that one. If. So I'll stop going. I have to... I think I kind of want to leave it here instead. But possibly, maybe I shouldn't do that. No, I think I should still put it in the build. Okay, so... it should have a name. Call it the part mesh, I guess. And then... Yeah, the thing is, this isn't really looking at resource at all. Okay, it does have to look here. This is the one case where it actually really does have to. But I think I want to not create... I think I just want to not make that. Until I'm down here. And then I can make it. No, I'll still make it up here. I still make it up here. I'll do this. Okay, and then reload part can find this. Load a mesh bone instance. It's probably maybe spaced out now at this point. So I load those, and then now at this point, I think I might just make a method that specifically creates this so that I can create and delete it on demand. It's not a void, it's going to return a mesh instance. It will be void. Okay, no, it will be all this, and then it will just be return. Okay. And then stupid string stuff has happened. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Crazy. But I do have to check. So I should not be making it unless it's set. If this doesn't exist, create it, and then mesh bone instance mesh equals if resource bone mesh override. Keep seeing this say chat disconnected. It's a bit annoying. You know what? Let's do this a better way. Equals the override. And then if not mesh, I fall back to the regular mesh. Oh, please, gosh. What the hell? And then, Yeah, then I would say mesh. You know what, I could even just shorthand it a little bit better than that. Set it to that. If it's not there, then make it this. And then if I have an override, set surface override material 0. And then the idea is I would set it to null. I guess I just do nothing. And because I may possibly have multiple materials, I want to set all of them to be that. And then otherwise, I want to make sure these are all clear. I guess I just have to do what's material override? Of the whole geometry? Oh. You know what, that's probably just what I should use instead then. Yeah, that actually sounds way better. Literally everything. If a material is assigned to this property, it will be used instead of any material set in any material slot. Yeah. So in fact, I think I can just shorthand it to this at that point as well. I just set it directly. We fall back to the regular mesh if a resource is not available or an override's not there, and then I just always set the material override to whatever this is. And then there's an else. If that's not there, but only if we're not in the editor. Well, should I say to avoid spamming the tree? No, I just remove it completely. just delete it. And then I'm going to do something here because I think this is actually, it may be necessary, and this is like a fix for some other bug that I had before. There's the enter tree and the exit tree. When is enter tree called? Because this is about signals. Upon instantiating scene changing or after calling add child in a script. Where's ready called? I think I'll just skip this. When we exit the tree, I want to disconnect from signals so that I can go away, because I think it's kind of an issue right now. And then I also kind of just want to call Q free. I think I kind of just want to call Q free as well. Though it's possible this could also be like okay, it sounds like this. It sounds like this is always safe to call. This cannot possibly cause an error anywhere, except for the case where a user is, some other node is retaining a reference to this one. But I want this to be the case, where if we leave the tree, we disconnect from resource signals and we're done. Though I don't think I do any connecting here. Yeah. I just want to make sure these really actually go away. Because what I noticed was happening is I would come over here and I would like hit delete, and then I would hit build, and then I would get an error happening because I still had signals that were like keeping something alive that should have been gone, which I guess would just come from here. Now, does this happen? There's the reparenting problem, actually. Because I think exit tree also happens when we're reparenting. So let me check that. It's actually probably just a node. Exactly. I believe reparent is called whenever I click and drag a node somewhere. So we'll call remove child this. So we'll just go find where remove child is. Propagate after exit tree. The weirdly notification. What? Propagate. Oh, there it is. Set tree to null pointer if we have one. Propagate exit tree. I wish there was a way to tell these two apart. So I can't do this. I think I can do... I think there's like a cancel. During notification pre-delete. So I call queue free. Can't queue free a node when no scene tree is available. And then it calls it anyway? Okay. Alright, then delete all that, I guess. Apparently I just don't know what I'm doing. resource. I've got to get a method for it, so save myself the trouble here. Well, this is called in more places than I thought it was. Okay, and by more places, I mean it was called twice. Yeah, okay. And then all of this expanded because... Right. Can signals actually be accessed externally? Is that true? I can. I can obtain the callable. And then I can obtain the object that it's assigned to. Yeah. These should be... Signals should definitely be weak references to the callable. Is there... I think this is an object. Yeah, it is not a weak reference. Thanks for following, Neo12. I'll stick with Neo. Connection. Object connection. Get signal list. Where's just get connections? Is that not it? Yeah, get connections. Callable? Get signal connection list. Connection. Object connection. A callable. Yeah, okay, so I don't see... They should be weak references, I think. Or like this, the signal should be like a weak reference to a callable. Whoops. Just close it. That would be nice. Okay, I don't even know if it's possible to remake that bug, but delete. Editor build crawler method not found. You're just lying to me. It's just a straight up lie. Literally just lie to me. Stop lying to me. Invalid access to skeleton on nil. How are you doing that? How are you doing that? The leg loads first. Validate property shouldn't even be running yet. What changed? What did change? Did I change that line? Why would that... Nope. Why would that be breaking now? After all this, why would that be breaking now? Because I feel like I just recently fixed that too. Because that happened before. I'm like, oh, I didn't set it yet. And now I set it. How? Why is that happening? Because it should also be checking body. Notify property list changed. Happens when body is set to a value. Why is that happening now? How is that happening? How is it not happening before? That's what gets me the most. How is that not happening before? How is it able to set their body before the legs were ready? How is that possible? Because this should have failed as soon as I wrote it, and it never did until just now. It should have failed as soon as I wrote it. On chain changed. That bothers me so much. This shouldn't be possible to suddenly now be happening. And it has not happened in 3 months when I first wrote it. Or even yesterday. I know that I wasn't seeing this yesterday. I guess I can see what I changed right now. Have I done anything that could have made this happen right now? That's all in part. That should not have any effect on it. That's nothing. This is a resource change. Crawler character. Yeah, okay, so I'm baffled. How did this ever work in the first place? And that's just crazy. How is that never happening before? That's insane. And now it's not working. Okay, what? What? How is this ever working before? What did I change yesterday? The commit on this file yesterday. Because I literally like reopened this file several times. I was deleting stuff. I was adding them. How did I break it? Just now. After it's been written that way since like literally forever. This ground bone thing being there has been there for such a long time. This code has been here for 3 months. And it was working. Until literally right now. So what did I just change? This file diff is just gonna be crazy. What did I just change? Okay. I'm gonna do like, I guess it's happening every time. It's happening every time. How is it happening every time? It's not even setting body. Wait, is crawler character just failing to do it? Is it this? This line of code was doing it? It is that line of code, isn't it? Because when I change it, I just added that line of code. Okay, so now I have to do this. But now this fails to run. So... Also just call it front left leg that many times? Really? It just validated ground bone that many times? We're insane. Why is it validating the ground bone? It's validating the same property 12 times in a row. And body is null. Body's also null. So... what the hell? Ready, load legs, true. Huh? It's not calling this at all. It's not doing it. What? Invalid assignment of property or key skeleton with value of skeleton and base object of type skeleton modifier 3D. I'm being fucked with. I'm being crazy fucked with right now. Reload the project. It's broken. Something just broke. It's throwing a fit. And now we're okay. So that was just a big nothing. A really big, stupid nothing that just happened. Yeah, alright, that's cool. Appreciate that. Also, I deleted it and then I hit Control Save and it still printed. That's crazy. It validated them and then updated the script. And then probably did it again. What? What? The hell was that? I've gotten this error before. And I was like, no, I can definitely 100% set that because it just exists there. It exists on that. Wow. Crazy. Crazy. Crazy garbage I just got slapped with. Okay, there we go. Now we're normal. Okay. So I hit build. Yes. Okay. What? Attempted pushback to push back a variable of type array into a typed array of object. Append. Is it this? A typed array of object. Append. Oh. Append array. Okay, there we go. So I still should have made them, I think. Yep. And it looks like I made a bone mesh too. It's funny. Alright, so if I delete that and I click rebuild, that's less errors. That's better. I cannot call or remove on a null value. Cannot call Q free on a null value. Yeah, so I guess that one's just fixed by saying that's a normal thing. If I have it, I want to remove the node. See, that was just called twice. Okay. So I hit delete. I think this might be bringing up the problem from before. I didn't save somehow. Cannot call remove or set. Okay, I had this problem before as well. I'm also apparently creating these. So resource modified is called in the wrong place. Reload part should be obtaining I need to split all this stuff apart. Loaded mesh bone instance. Mesh bone instance equals loaded mesh bone instance, which requires has meta bone mesh. It needs to be owned. So this means my build made it wrong. I mean, but it also didn't make it wrong. So it also didn't use the meshes. Which I guess makes sense because I never even set the first one. Okay, but I'm not seeing any signals getting left over. So it seems fine. Can I set it on a null? Okay, so somehow I'm not locating these. Somehow I failed to locate these. Which really doesn't make any sense to me. Could, I don't know, any of these be an error happening? Maybe an error is happening. Guess I'll just start writing some stuff. No error appeared. Okay. So it's just not... Oh. Yeah, that would make sense. I forgot to delete that line. That would be exactly what's happening. Bang. No errors. The meshes have their stuff. Bone mesh has a geometry material override right there. And then I can see them. I can also see the other shapes have appeared. Alright, so let's try fixing some of these. There needs to be a mesh offset. So I think the physics offset is correct. I need the mesh offset. Thanks for following. Phase 622. Should I have... Nah. I'll leave the same offsets. Okay. And now I need to apply that. Yeah. So I just use it there. Okay. And then just gonna copy that. Oh, of course. Forgot. This crazy thing. Basis on... Oh, with a value. Right, just... Yeah, okay. $155. And then the mesh should be the same size as the shape, 0.31. So I'll fix that. And then that's should be correct. It's not the exact correct length, but that part doesn't really need to be precise. Okay, but now it's there. And then I could go to these, and I can do the same thing for these. So I save this. And then I should be able to, I want to test it out. So I'm going to set this mesh first. There. I got some errors. Mesh offset. Okay, that's still not a real problem. These just don't have those set correctly yet. So none of those are set, and then I'm just gonna hide it and get the shape in position first. It says 0.8, so then it should be 0.4. And then that's definitely too long. So this camera's so fast. I don't know what that would be. Still too much. Let's get like 7.3. Yeah, that's pretty close. All right, so 7.3. And then if I change the mesh to that. And okay, so then what I want to see is I want to turn on, I'll set this, not the mesh override. And then I click check and then it appears. Great. sure those are saved. This one should stay the same length because that point didn't change. So this is 1.5. Okay, this one's still bugging. I probably don't know what half of 1.5 is. Oh no, that is correct. I remember why that's like that. It's supposed to be off the ground. Save that. And this one's different, 1.7. Which I'm assuming that's what half of that is. Yeah. And then if I turn it on, a second one appears, and I'll just set the override. Okay. All right, so now I'm just gonna delete all these. So the process for making these is I don't even look there. I would click on the leg that I want to modify. There's something about the legs where I want their positions to be set to a specific location when I make them, or when they're ready. So in fact, I'm going to close all these because that, hopefully I'm just done. I don't have, yeah, so now I'll just be setting up the legs to make them do all the things that I want them to do when they appear. So, ready, I can't do any of this yet. Setup is called, setup has to be called, when is setup called? I have so many setup. Initialize the legs, ready, so this is in the ready. Setup cannot create nodes. So how does this create that node? Apparently it just does. No, I am given oh man. I am given a node to put the ground cast on, which is actually going to be a failure now. Or no, it's not. It's going to be fine. Okay, I think that I can't add a child to myself when the parent is setting up children, which is what's happening here. Or maybe I can, I don't know. Let me just try it. So make it work. Let's just make it a regular node. Okay, so this is gonna make a lot of them. Let me just check that I'm index 1. Only this if I am index 0, which should be after I am applied the indexes given to me. I'll do reload scene. What? This is prior to obtaining. It's blocked here. Okay, so this does not run there. Run the scene. See what happens. I get a breakpoint. Join parents. I don't really care about any of that because I think the ready should have happened. Missing ground bone, 15 for leg. Yeah, so it actually did run through here and it worked. Okay. It went through this and it worked. Good. So I can add child. However, this isn't set up, which means it's not going to be able to create, it won't create these here. Okay. Norma. Oh, wow. It's time for me to get food. It'll be quick, though. I've got pizza to reheat. Okay. I'm going to... It's getting really close. Now I'm just making it so the leg's set up. And the purpose of the legs is that I go to the leg, I apply the setting that I want to it, and I just mess with the resources, and that's all I do. And then I can click build, and it will construct all the nodes for me. And while the game is running, I can modify the resource, and it will update in real time. Though not all of them I should modify, like the shape positions, because that could just cause bugs. But things like meshes, IK limits, contracting limits is kind of dangerous too. But I'll be able to change the step cast, the ground cast, springs, everything. Actually, I can't quite do everything in resources. Well, I think this one will work. I have the height offset and I could modify that to see. Okay. You spend the same amount on Norma they spent on the fur on the what? Friend slop Rydent told us about. Sold 3 million copies made in 2 months. I mean, it's an interesting concept, for sure. But, I mean, if I had to say, like, what kind of games do I want to make and what kind of impact do I want to have on people, I don't want to make those kinds of games at all. I don't want to be mindless entertainment. Or what's probably usually internet friends who you're not going to be friends with in a year or less. So. A prop hunt game mode from Gary's mod. Zero note Gary's mod. I mean, yeah, prop hunt is cool, but that's I mean, that is like an interesting concept. It's just like there's no impact. There's no impact. All right, I'm gonna go get food. I'll be back. Yeah, I will. I will. Because I'm interested to know what that is. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. But also, there might be something. It's probably not. It'll be interesting in the wrong way. Is there anything about it? That's Unreal Engine 6. Am I looking for this? Feature highlights. Maybe I should just search 5.8. Should I watch Unreal Sensei? Actually, no, I probably just want to watch this one, don't I? Why are there two? Okay, I think I'm just probably watching their feature highlights and then this feature overview. Go to their full live stream and look up Lumen on the transcript. The live stream. How am I supposed to... Their live stream. Is it on their main channel? Would this be it? State of Unreal? I guess so. All right, I'll let the start play and then I'll skip ahead to find the thing. Give me sound. Give me sound. Okay, they had to really make sure that you saw this. So would they actually a live stream? I don't understand. Is it really a live stream or was it not just a recording? Sound. Whoa. Did they mean to do this offset in the corner? I'm assuming this is going to be nothing for a long time, actually. I think it's actually nothing for 5 minutes. Yeah. I guess I should have... Oh, hang on. No. Still not there yet. I think... No. The thing is, I see someone sitting at their desk here, so... Okay, no, this is... Still game. They're trying to be E3. Okay, now we're 5 minutes away. And then it's just gonna be another game demo, right? And then
foundation of Unreal Engine 6, which you'll hear more about later. Before we get into what's new, we want to give a shout out to a few groundbreaking projects. Since then, release by release, we've shipped many features required to deliver stunning, high-fidelity open worlds running at 60 frames per second. We've also been working to unlock
designed to preserve much of the visual impact at a significantly lower GPU cost.
Are they just really
That makes
talking about
Lumen
nanite right now?
Lumen. We also made it simpler to scale to the different platforms. Lumen, our dynamic global illumination system, now has a lightweight mode called Lumen Light, designed to preserve much of the visual impact at a significantly lower GPU cost. That makes Lumen viable where it wasn't before, including on Switch 2. And that work is already helping drive further nanite optimization efforts for the platform. Now, let's talk about something every developer in this room has felt.
Okay. Now we're at tech stuff.
Yeah, the hitch, the frame spike, the
300 million.
long shader compile. The moment your game pauses and you
Oh.
wonder where all
As
that
soon as you
time
said
is.
all hail ghosting, I just thought of all
A
hail
huge
plankton
part of that
from the
problem is
SpongeBob
shaders.
movie.
So we've sharpened the compiler and improved deduplication to strip out redundant work. Less to compile, less to load, less getting in your way. In Fortnite, that work combined with content changes.
Okay, less to compile and going from 30 million to 9 million is not... I mean, cool improvement, but that's not even...
To a 68% reduction in shader count.
That almost may as well
Faster
not be
cooks,
mentioned.
Faster loads, lighter memory. Jason and John's talk tomorrow goes deep on how they got there. But shaders are only half the story. The other half is pipeline state objects, or PSOs. A PSO is the bundle the GPU needs to draw an effect. Shaders, blend modes, render state, all of it. Miss one at runtime, pitch. Just the guy to do it.
Was the NPC doing a heart?
So in 5, those are still compiling, and the whole system is easier to tune, debug. If you've been done, compiling,
Wait, what? Was there a joke?
hard to hunt. Luckily, we have just the guy to do it. Far less visible and processing itches, working initiative that allows us to ship pre-compiled shaders to players, moving more shader work out of the player's runtime experience.
Great.
Mesh resolution to add detailed, complex terrain.
Okay, here's one thing about that. We shouldn't even be talking about, hey guys, we have pre-compiled shaders. That's the expectation, honestly. Or at least it's like, you have your shader code, you build the binary for the platform, bam, that's it.
Without being across platforms. Mesh array, floating mesh base where it matters, while saving memory and performance where it doesn't. Floating, you have full using
Okay, hang
nanite
on.
when available. With mesh array, you have full 3D manipulation capabilities. Overhangs, tunnels, floating islands, shapes you simply couldn't build before. And because it's mesh-based, you can also control tessellation at the triangle level. That means adding scale exactly where it matters, while saving memory and performance where it doesn't. As you'd expect, you can paint material layers, but also additional attributes.
I really hope
And
I'm just
support
missing
virtual
something big
texture
about
with
this
automatic
because this feels
where every point can only move in one direction. And the
mesh
fixed
terrain.
height map-based landscapes, where every point can only move in one direction. And the fixed grid means you can't adjust the resolution to add detail or optimize areas.
Okay, I mean, that's cool. Sure.
Mesh models, because it's made exact, and it supports virtual texture with automatic UV generation. Mesh array uses non-destructive.
I was hoping it wasn't like
tooling, so iteration becomes
we've updated
dramatically
nanite so that you can
be layered,
merge
reordered,
meshes and it will
combined, and adjusted
not-
at any point in time.
it'll actually
So you
like
can
do
literally
LOD stuff.
move mountains. It also works natively with PCG and comes with an expanded modeling toolset. That here. Everything can be layered, reordered, combined, and adjusted at any point in time. So you can literally move, combine.
Am I supposed to know what's
and
happening here?
adjust it at any point.
No textures,
Everything can be layered, reordered, combined, and adjusted at any point in time.
small
So
objects,
you can literally move mountains.
large
It also
objects.
works natively with PCG and
Textures
comes with
come
an
back.
expanded modeling toolset. But best of all, in our ongoing with an expanded
Why are the
adjusted
trees
at any
different?
point in time. So you can literally
Why are the trees not
move
here?
mountains.
Because they add the
It
grass.
also works natively with PCG and comes with an expanded modeling toolset. But best of all, in our ongoing Fortnite optimization efforts, Mesh Terrain has a smaller memory footprint and runs faster than Landscape. Higher quality, lighter costs, more creative and technical freedom. That's Mesh Terrain. Another big focus of 5.8 is helping you go faster from idea to result. Performance capture has matured to scale from one operator
They didn't
at the
already
desk
have...
to a full mocap stage with control over every recording device on set, including video.
How did they make
Taking that
Fortnite?
further.
And wait, how did they make
Earlier
Fortnite?
this year, Meshcapade joined Epic,
Because Fortnite had
bringing world-leading
interior
technology for
spaces that
markerless
were
motion
through
capture
the
from
terrain.
video. We've already started integrating it into the ecosystem, and today we are releasing the
I mean,
Metadata
obviously,
Navigator
like, they just...
markerless motion capture plugin
You
on
drill a
Flash.
hole, and
You can
then...
drive a character's body, face, and
You
hand
drill a hole, and
from
then
regular video.
you place meshes to
No
cover up
source,
the
no
seam.
markers, video in, animation out. For animators pursuing feature quality work, this is our most significant animation release yet. We've made high-end animation workflows more interactive, more intuitive, and more connected to the creative process. From sculpting directly on stylized rigs, to controls that live on the character itself, to a simplified timeline that keeps you focused on the performance. These are the same tools our animation team uses every day, and now they're available to everyone,
fix our
and
stop.
we're releasing the sample with 5.8. On the cinematic side, offline depth of field gets a major upgrade. We now render the blur the way a real camera makes it, by sampling the scene from multiple points across the lens. So you get physically accurate defocus, even on translucency and thin geometry.
Just some of the things they're saying, it really sounds like... What? Yeah, offline depth of field. They said we now do it correctly.
For productions working with ultra-high resolution media, the new tiled mipmap video format gives you compressed video
Crazy.
that holds up at scale. It only decodes the tile.
Offline means you're making a render. You're creating a movie. Supposedly part of Unreal Engine is that you can create animated movies. Or just do CGI or something in it. But I don't know of anything that's actually ever used Unreal Engine for that. I don't know if I've ever seen a real animation project that wasn't just made as a demonstration of what you could do with it. Or even like an independent person saying, I wanted to test out Unreal for animation, so I did. Like, I don't know if there's been any... I don't know of anything that's been real. A legitimate production who has chosen Unreal Engine as their like CGI tool, or even just as the whole thing for rendering a video or film. It just sounds so weird to say that. We have accurate offline depth of field blur.
And MIP level your viewport actually needs, so you don't pay to process pixels no one is looking at. So that's the flyby.
It just sounds weird. It's like they're describing normal technology and saying, hey, it's a new feature. We have culling. You don't pay to process pixels no one is looking at.
Don't pay to
What?
process pixels no one is looking at. So that's the flyby. If any of this caught your ear, you can find deep dive sessions in the Unreal Fest app. And if 5.8 is about reducing friction across the engine, there's one more place we're starting to do that, how people interact with the editor itself. But tell you more, here's Michael. Thank you.
Yeah, say something about Lumen Light. I mean, was that the only mention they have of that? I'm not sure if he's even going to talk about it. Oh man, they're talking really high praise of Lumen, aren't they?
MetaHuman reduced the time to make great-looking characters, nearly eliminated light baking, minimized manual LOD pipelines. Lumen nearly eliminated light baking.
Lumen nearly eliminated light baking. It hasn't even gotten, it's not even nearly it's definitely not. At this point, it's honestly like, if you want high quality lighting, turn off Lumen. Like, I mean, it's at that point, it's like, if you don't have a moving light source, turn off Lumen and go through the whole static baking process. Or even more than that, have something clever where you statically bake several light angles and then replay those and blend between those. Nearly eliminated light baking. All right, so that's the only time they even mention it. And then I'll talk about it again until someone's talking about E-Day. Half hour later. All right. Features overview. Is this just a cut? It's just a cut of what I just saw. Lunchtime tomorrow with Jason. What? Who's Jason? And this is just him. Okay, so nothing. Well, all right. Whoops. Jason is not part of. Who's Jason? What? What are you talking about? So he said, I'll just go back to this.
Video. So that's the flyby. If any of this caught your ear, you can find deep dive sessions in the Unreal Fest app. And if 5.8 is about reducing
Unreal Fest app. I gotta, nope. They didn't even mention it in this post. It's too short because real devs are on Godot. They know their clients. Also, honestly, you basically need a supercomputer to even like run Unreal Engine without it crashing and running out of GPU memory. My 1080, like on release, was not sufficient to have consistent performance in Unreal Engine in the editor. That was before Nanite and Lumen. And then Lumen basically made it. Honestly, I've been wanting to make games for a long time, and I always also wanted to make a 3D game. I didn't want to do 2D. My option was Unity, which I thought was just too much work. And Unreal Engine, which I couldn't even run. So especially once like Lumen came out. Because I was just like, I just thought this is how you're supposed to do lighting now. You just use Lumen, and I'm like, I can't even run Lumen. I can't do it. I can't put a single texture on my quad mesh without running out of GPU memory like that fast. Like, what the hell? I have a texture on a wall and Unreal Engine is crashing. Unreal Engine needs as good MCP and Elon's Neuralink installed. My brain is going to be pure slop with procedural terrains and FPS. And the thing is, Unreal Engine is like, it's now at the point where there's just so many things made with it. It's like every 3D game that you just know is low quality was just made with Unreal Engine. Because it's like, you're getting 40 FPS. Everything is really highly detailed, and then there's ghosting. And everything is so bright, and there's so much post-processing on it, on the screen. All the characters are metahumans too. It's like default appearance is just Detroit Become Human. That's your default visual result. Nothing is handcrafted. The furthest okay, so the only game I've ever made was with a Game Maker, and that was really like something I could run on my computer would be with Game Maker. And those were just like the tutorial projects. I made games of Scratch, and that was just easy because it was just like a PNG and visual scripting. And then every single time I ever tried to do anything with Unity or Unreal, I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't run Unreal, so I couldn't do any of the tutorials. And then Unity, I would just get bored of it, and I would just feel like I'm just lost. Guarantee even more ghosting with Lumen Light. Well, the thing is, what I'm thinking is, Lumen Light might just end up being a replacement for Lumen. They might take out all the crap that made Lumen really have like really bad visual quality and run really, really slowly, that you would need like 2 GPUs in parallel to even like get something that looks okay. And if Lumen Light is supposed to run on the Switch too, then I'm like, okay. They're pulling out the stuff that's making it look bad and performing bad, and now it's just going to be like a normal... It might actually just end up being the real global illumination that we were promised all along. And it's probably just going to replace it at some point. I'll download RPG Maker and ask you if I can make something with it. I also did have a project in RPG Maker that I got really far along with, but I just kind of stopped working on it. I wasn't super interested in it. Yeah, the closest thing I have to like an original game that I've made is something with RPG Maker. It runs on your computer, and it wasn't a tutorial. Yeah. I didn't realize until I actually started using RPG Maker that it was just essentially a JavaScript web game engine. And pretty much effectively what you're actually paying for when you buy RPG Maker is the executable editor. You can make the whole game without that, because it's all JSON files running on JavaScript, which is open source. I think the actual JavaScript files that load your JSON data files and run the game, I think you can actually just get that. The editor that they have on Steam is what you buy. We're running a cracked version of it on Pentium 4. I mean, if that's the editor, then I don't know, but the actual code that runs when you run an RPG Maker game, I don't think that's hidden. So it would be really hard to like reverse engineer it and make like a custom editor for it. because those JSON files are really, really obscure. Everything is just numbers. So when you make a variable and you name it like player health or something, it just gets it just exists as a number in an array. It exists as an index in a numeric array, or a JSON array, I guess. So the data file just has an array that has like 0 set to 100, and that's all you would see. Their scripting thing, which is just like you have a line and you say like what you want the line to do, is also, it's basically an interpreted language. So it'd be kind of hard to figure out what they do. You'd have to really go through the code and find out what the number correlates to and what function it runs. Because that's also just a number. Like a command to add a constant value to a variable would just be an array with, I think, the command and then any variables. Variable indexes. And then any, if there's like a static value or a constant value, then that would be in there too. I'll just ask you how to make a slot game with it headlessly, and my marketing will be I made this with RPG Maker and I won't credit them. Okay. What? Asma go to React and play it. To make it the slop. Oh man. Just get out of here. Just stop it. Can't. Huh? What? Lumen now supports medium quality global illumination using irradiance fields with probe occlusion. While maintaining the art direction. Maintaining the art direction. You know what's crazy? I feel like the middle actually looks better than high GI. In fact, I actually prefer both the left pictures to the right picture. Something about the colors being a bit warmer or colder on either side. Like all the way on the left, cold colors. All right, it has a very different feeling from the middle, which is very warm colors. And on the right, everything is just darker, and it doesn't. Maintaining art direction. I think it just added art direction, actually. I think you turn on high GI and you lose art direction, I think is what happened. I think this is not art direction. I think both of these are art direction. The warm color have anything to do with GI? Well, it's the irradiance probe. So it's like, I assume what it's done, either you have to set it up or it automatically does it. It throws a point in here and says, what color is the environment? It says, oh, the environment here is really like, you know, red colored. So the shadows take on the red color, is what that means. So that's why these shadows, which are dark here, have become warmer, because they're taking the average color of the environment from this location and saying, okay, our ambient lighting is red-brown. This side, it's just not there, right? So the ambient lighting is just the ambient sky lighting, which is just a blue color in this case. So that's why this is blue. This is nice. I think this looks better because it fits, the colors match, right? I'm in a wooden interior, everything is warm. And then I get over here and I'm like, I don't feel it, right? I don't feel the warmth of this space anymore. I literally prefer either of these two left ones. This one, I feel like I'm playing a game. This one, I feel like I'm playing a game and they had some good lighting. And this one, I don't feel like I'm really playing a game. I feel like I'm looking at what's supposed to be a render frame of a background. And then also in motion, this is going to be super smeary and blurry. This one I hope is not. They literally made it better by taking stuff out. Maintaining art direction. I just can't believe that. They just gave you free art direction is what they did. I think that looks good. I think, okay, the still frame I think looks good because it's I don't know, I just feel like it's like, should that not be the same thing here? Should this not also be like warm lights over here? Somehow I just feel like it should be. I don't know. Greatly reducing noise. It's just crazy the things that they're typing here. It's just crazy. Okay. I will be back. You're not a client? Dude, who was the client for Lumen? I don't think they had a client. I think they were trying to make a client with Lumen. I'm back. Lazy people like me. Lumen and procedural terrain metahumans. Oh, MCPSs. Make it more convenient so idiots and lazy people will adopt it. Here's what I kind of think about game engines. They should probably just be there to be the render pipeline, to have a good API on the render pipeline so you can interface with it, and to have a good way to author data to run the game. So like Godot really could be only author on GDScript because it's like the scripting language, because that's, you need scripting as well. Godot could just be the scene file format, or the whole resource file format that encompasses everything as far as data authoring goes, and then GDScript and the 3D render pipeline. Godot could be just those three things, and that's all it needs to be. I think everything else should probably be official, like, supported plugins that are making use of the API that the engine already provides. Like, I think it would be way better if Unreal Engine instead financially supported a terrain creation plugin and worked with them on getting, and they would work together. So the terrain guys are like, hey, I want this feature in my terrain editor, but I kind of need you to do this change on the API, and then that would improve the engine. Or the terrain guys are like, hey, there's like something is really slow, we can't fix it, we need to change, we need to make the engine better for this. Right? I don't think it should be, I download Godot and I get a bunch of stuff that I may not even use. I'm not going to use anything 2D. I'm not going to have a single 2D node. The most I'm going to get to is the control nodes, which are supposedly not 2D nodes. But they create 2D graphics. And an IK tool that I've kind of written out because I don't even want to use it, because I think this not being a resource is just horrible and terrible. And I think if this IK was an independent plugin, that would be fixed day zero, where they're like, hey, yeah, we should make this a resource. So that if you change the bone name, or you change the skeleton and the bone name goes away, you don't wipe the entire setting. You don't literally wipe all of your settings on the IK if a bone name is not found. Because that's exactly what happens. If a single bone name is missing, it wipes the entire thing. It's all gone. So every one of these modifiers could like just be, I don't know, I mean, you can have like basic stuff like the maybe the raycast and shapecast nodes are good examples, where they are literally just a node that runs in physics process and just passes everything on in here to a physics server raycast query, and that's literally all it does. That stuff is maybe fine, but basically I think pretty much every modifier for skeleton should probably not have been made. Those should probably be independent things that I can go and find and grab. So if I'm like, hey, I want IK, and I'm like, you know what? I hate the fact that this is not a resource. I would just go to a different IK thing. Or, what's more likely, 100 people would have also been mad that it's not a resource and would have made it into a resource. This would have become a resource. Or at least whatever the bug is that causes it to wipe every single setting if a single bone name is not found. Even that would be preferable. So like anything beyond the scripting setup, the data authoring tool, which every game engine has to have. You have to have some kind of project file to open, and whatever your rendering is. So either that's a 2D renderer or a 3D renderer, and you should just provide full access to that via scripting. There should be basically nothing that you couldn't do. There should be nothing that would require you to go into the original engine source code and modify it if you think something should be different about the render pipeline. Welcome back, Ilya. Just ranting. There's a view cap on streamer. What do you mean view cap? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. You gotta tell me more. Okay, wait, where am I? Maybe I can go and commit what I've got right now? There's some people crying about it on LSF Reddit. And also this. If signals were written in Godot scripting language and I could go and modify that, I could make this happen. I could literally make this happen. I could just say, yeah, I don't like that, and change it. That was one cool thing about RPG Maker. If there was something I didn't like about literally anything about how the game was running, every output takes... I had some modification and build scripting to get around this, but basically it would go to your Steam if you have it on Steam. I don't know how else it could be installed, but it would basically go to the install directory. There's a folder that's just a template. It copies that entire folder, slaps it into your project, and then does whatever. It runs a program that takes essentially a Node.js thing and compiles it directly to an executable. So all your data is just kind of stuffed into like a zip file contained inside the executable, and the executable runs that. So including the JavaScript files for the entire engine, so all the rendering and all the scene management and things like that. I had it set up so that was like a repository and it was linked via the file system, so I could go in there and say, and it was committed to Git history, so I go in there and say, hey, I want to change this line of code in the engine, hit build, hit run, it's there. My change is there. And I can commit that. That would be nice. If like all of this stuff was instead in the scripting language instead of engine C++ code, And in addition to that, if the custom scripting language just compiled directly to binary, or at least a good, fast interpreted format, so it wouldn't be super slow. Preferably just straight to binary. That would be great. That would have been really cool. Because if that was the case in Godot, and I said, hey, I think this part of the render pipeline sucks, or I think signals should be weak references now, I can just make that happen. I'd be like, oh yeah, I open the file that I know it exists there because it's a file called signals.gd, and it's really obvious, and it's not a freaking defined in the header file of object.h for some reason. And I could just modify that and say, yep, weak reference, right there. One line change, basically. Maybe not one line change, but ideally, like, probably be changing 5 or 6 lines of code just to access the weak reference and set it as a weak reference. And then that could be committed, and then that would be built. So when I hit run, it uses that. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Because that would be great. If I could just pick, preferably not having to maintain a whole script language. I think that's just kind of insane, and you've just taken off way more. You've just done way more than the game engine should be doing. Visual scripting, I think, has a bit of a difference because, I mean, for people who don't write code, that's just helpful, so it's kind of nice to have that. But then that system would usually be simple enough that you can just translate it one-to-one to like C code and then compile it directly. Because it'd just be simple stuff like an add node, which is just effectively a single line of code, and that's really easy to translate. But then you make a whole scripting thing, and now you have to have a whole linter, parser, all that stuff. Whatever internal interpreted version of it exists, you have to manage that. I mean, honestly, like, I'll just say it. If they wanted that, they should have just used JavaScript. They really could have just used JavaScript. That has like a well-established system for binding it to C code and the other way around. Or C++, I guess. Now you don't have to maintain a whole language. You don't have to maintain anything. You just had to write like the few files it took to take JavaScript and just send it straight to C code. Or C++, because whatever it is. And then if you want the custom thing, you can just write it in JavaScript and it's fine. Your visual scripting language can go to JavaScript. Okay, setup. So ground nodes. I'm just gonna close this because I don't think I should need that anymore. Set up ground targets. Okay, I found Tim Playboy Clancy's memo about it. Today we're introducing new enforcement type. We plan to roll it over the next few weeks for channels identified as persistently viewbotting. We will apply a cap to the streamer's CCV. Why don't they just ban someone who's viewbotting? We apply a cap to the streamer's concurrent viewership, which I think is concurrent viewers, for a fixed period of time on all the Twitch surfaces. They could just non-viewbotted traffic. It's every big boy and girl on Twitch. Okay, well, if that's someone who's not privately, if that's someone who's like viewer, or like a viewer or a couple viewers are viewbotting, just delete the views from the viewership. Like literally just delete the views. That doesn't fix the problem at all. Because I think this is the main issue. When it's one person and 1,000 viewers, 1,000 real viewers, but they have 1,500 or 2,000 viewers, that's a problem on the platform. The platform needs to fix that. The platform needs to make viewbotting impossible. Because if they start punishing the streamer, and I say like making the view count accurate is not punishing the streamer, but to like put on longer penalties, a view cap, that's so weird. It's so weird. Fix the viewbotting. That doesn't fix the viewbotting. It literally doesn't. I mean, I got follow botted. I can't stop that from happening. Twitch is supposed to stop that from happening. And there's no way for me to report that either. I couldn't go to, I looked around, there's nothing that I could report to. There's nothing on the platform that allowed me to delete those follows. I had to go to a third-party site that I don't really know what they did. I don't know how you remove followers. I think maybe if I like block the account and then I unblock the account, that like removes them as a follower, but I don't know exactly how that works. Maybe that's what they did. It's so weird. I mean, yeah, I could believe that like literally every big channel is being viewbotted. But that doesn't mean that the streamer is doing it. And putting a view cap doesn't fix the problem. And longer, like, what do you mean a longer penalty? I think if you admit to doing it, or there's strong evidence that Twitch can connect you to having done it deliberately, ban them, ban the account, give them a ban. Maybe not a permanent ban, but like something. And solve the problem of viewbotting at the same time. Need to check Hassan's next stream. I mean, it's also possible the streamer themselves is also doing viewbotting. I mean, that could also be happening. Because discovery is built on your viewer account. I think they're trying to experiment and like put lower view channels slightly higher. But it's still like, if you're the #1 on the platform, you're going to be on the front page. Also, how do they know? Creators non-view botted traffic, so they like know when it starts. So why don't they just fix it? I feel like if they know that you're doing it, they know exactly or have a very good idea of how many views are fake if they know you're doing it, they should know at least within a percentage, within a few percentage of how many they're pretty sure are botted. Okay, I gotta figure out ground targets. Okay, so ground targets looks through targets for ground bones. Hmm. 35, 29, I guess there. Also, cockroach having more views. What? Lock in, yeah. I do need to. How about this? How about I... How about when the crawler like sets up? I create the node that I need. How about I do that? I feel like that is probably better. I get the target cast exceptions. We add it to both. Where's the ground cast? There's a crazy amount of variables for the leg. It's kind of nuts. The node that IK uses for this leg. How is this determined? Ready, target is that one. Okay. But then I think IK is set up. I think I've manually set these up, right? So... yeah, how do I want to set this up? Because I don't want to have to mess with any of these. I feel like these targets and the casts should be like internal well, internal nodes. So they won't appear here. I think they still appear in debug, so if I run and I have to go to like remote scene, it will show me even internal nodes, I think. Maybe not. but that's what they should be. So they don't exist in the scene file at all. Okay. Wait, hang on. Is it that I can't add a child while... I can't add a child to this node while in that node's ready function, but I can add a child to the node in a parent's ready function. In this case, I can't check index, I have to check name. I can. I'm really confused. Can I not set it in the parent? What can I not do? I can't add a node to the parent. Parent node is busy setting up children. Add child failed. So in the ready function, I'm allowed to add child of this node. I can't add a child to my parent in the ready function of a child. But then I should be able to do this, because now this would be set up way higher on the chain. And in fact, I should be able to even go all the way up the body. It didn't work. Oh, because I think setup is not called here. Okay, well let me do this and hit wrong thing. This scene. Step, no error printed. Remote, there's node. How does it work? And what is this physical bone simulator 3D that's appeared? What is that? That's not mine. Why has this appeared? What? Where does that node come from? I don't even have the word physical bone simulator. The fuck? Setup simulator? Do I run that? Do I run a function that runs that? Setup simulator. It literally just creates one. Oh, you're crazy. I can also just delete that. I can also grab that and just delete it. So when is this called? This is called after enter tree, which means I'm pretty sure the way that it works is that's crazy though. Disable deprecated. Can I disable deprecate? I feel like I probably use something that's deprecated. That's kind of crazy though. That skeleton just makes one and it doesn't even ask you if you want to have one. It makes one. Also, setup simulator is just called setup simulator. That's crazy. If one exists, it deletes it. So I guess I was just thinking like, that's wild. Okay, I'm actually gonna do this because I actually need to do this. I'm gonna delete all that. That's crazy to me. Am I still running into these? Am I losing my mind? Yeah. Compile there just to get rid of that, because that's crazy to me. I mean, they say, oh, we don't need to be processing it. That node is still there getting every single process update, every single notification. It's getting everything. It's still being explored. So every single skeleton is guaranteed to have a physical bone simulation at the end of it. Even the tutorials say, create the physical bone simulator and then call the deprecated method. So what's the point of creating the node and calling the deprecated method? Because the deprecated method is gonna, well, as soon as you hit run, it's gonna delete the node that you added. It just deletes it. Well, it doesn't delete it. It just sits there in the node tree, not doing anything. Because I didn't even see that it scans for it. It doesn't even scan for it. It's like, okay, maybe it like scans for it. So the deprecated thing is that it just creates it every time. But yeah, no, that's kind of crazy. Like, whoever put that in there, they gotta get out. They gotta get out. Whoever wrote that every skeleton is guaranteed to have a physical bone simulator attached to it, they gotta get out. And whoever allowed that change to go through, they also gotta get out. And anyone who looked at it and said, and didn't say, why are you creating the node? Please don't create the node. Just let the user put it in there and then look for the node if you need to do it that way. Them too. I saw that once before, and I did just like kind of overlook it when I saw it. Then I saw it again. I'm like, you know what? Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. I guess that proves that the internal ones display in the remote, because I believe the setup uses internal mode. Yep. So it appeared. I'm also partly surprised that I was able to just compile this and I only got version hash.gen to trigger. And not like the button node for UI creation didn't recompile. I guess I didn't mess with the header. I should have messed with the header actually. This is not gonna, it's not gonna link successfully because it's not gonna find. Well, actually, maybe. Oh no, I think that would have been fine. I think undefined functions are only a problem if you actually try to call them. So you can declare them and then not define them, and then you're fine. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. But yeah, I have to do this here as well. Why is Git simulator there? Actually, I feel like that may not be fine. You're probably not allowed to declare and then not define it. Okay, yeah. Now we're going to start rebuilding the buttons. All because I deleted methods which were definitely not used in the majority of these files that have been displayed so far. Physical Bone 3D Git Simulator. Ah, interesting. So how do they plan to fix that? How do they plan to fix that? Because that was technically not marked deprecated, but it was marked deprecated in this file. Because I only deleted deprecated things in there. Uh-huh. Physical Bone Get Simulator? Wait, did I delete something I should have deleted then? What? Get... What? Yeah, I guess I'm not gonna click it. I didn't see it. It's this line. Uh-huh. Okay. There it is. It is specifically that line only. I was about to be like really upset if the entirety of Physical Bone 3D was dependent on Skeleton having that method available. Fortunately, I can just delete that. And then I'm good. Maybe it was like the gizmo does that. All right, well that's going to be a compile day, so did not make it very long. Make it very long. Did not make it very far. Can I say the saying correctly? Why is simulator not in the not there? But it is here. That's definitely a bug as well. Definitely a bug. Because we keep the declaration if physics is enabled, or if physics is disabled. But we delete the definition if physics is disabled. So, I mean, this is the, this is the hell of just C, C++, I think. Header files, compiled files, defines, making it so that your API and your actual code have to stay synchronized manually, because then you get weird stuff like that where I'm just going to assume if you disable 3D physics, you're just going to be left with that undefined function. And I don't know, maybe it is fine to have an undefined function. I can't remember. I don't remember if C++ or whatever is okay with that. It would definitely fail if you try to call it. But I guess I'm wondering if it would still be a linking error if it sees this function is supposed to exist and can't find it. I feel like it probably is. Right? I was going to say, when do optimizations happen? I guess optimizations happen here. So if you actually never call it, it's gone. It's not going to be linked because you haven't called it. So it's probably, I guess it's probably fine. At least it sounds to me like it should be fine. Because any call to any usage of the symbol, there would just be no usage of the symbol. It would not exist. All right, so got that. I no longer have that silly thing happening. Okay. Hello, Quadrami. Can I ask you a question about gaming on Linux? Yes. It's going to be in setup. That was the... Well, I don't even have to be in setup. I can do it in ready. And in fact, that's what I would like to do. I would like to do it in ready. So... I think none of this even has to run unless that's there. If this is true, we don't do anything. And then I probably make this a method instead of putting it all here. Is it possible to play Fortnite on Linux? I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't be possible. Considering how popular the game is, I think that would be crazy to not have it on Linux. Make this method. What have I called these? I've called these like reload or load on these things. I'll just keep the trend. Though that doesn't actually, that's not the same thing. Should I say build? Maybe I'll call it build internal. The anti-cheat website told me no. Okay, never mind. If there's some anti-cheat, then probably not. I know that Battlefield is at least on release it was Windows only because of their anti-cheat. They didn't support Linux, they didn't support sandboxing, they didn't support Mac. It was 100% Windows only on PC. It might still be that way. I don't know. But if Fortnite has anything like, I hesitate to say advanced. If it has an invasive anti-cheat, probably not. Those rely on things like Windows to provide a lot of stuff to make that happen. Okay, so I want to create all of these. Maybe I should just put it in setup. You know what? Why not just put it in setup? Delete the ready function. Yeah, delete the ready function. Just put all of it in setup. Some of this like comfort distance should probably stay here. Then this stuff needs to probably come down here. What did you do with Scrollerbot? It's this. I'm making a robot crawler with 6 legs that you will shoot at in the game. And I'm just getting through a bunch of setups so I don't have to do a ton of like node management right now. So at the moment I have one of these leg chains in. This used to, I had all of them in here before, and now I have it managed not by me but by a resource. So this one leg is, can I even get a count of that? $15 nodes for a single leg. So times that by, multiply that by 6. That's how many nodes I was individually modifying, basically. It's actually gonna be more than that because there's one more joint. There's 2 more joints per leg that I'll be adding. Way too much to manage by hand. So I'm going through and like making it all part of a script. Yeah, I think I'm going to set this up so that cast exceptions. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, yeah, so a lot of these are settings that I think need to drop in here. So, Twitch has been borked for years. Hey, everyone. Oh, thanks. I do this for a mission, a job, or for fun. It's yeah, I could tell you were French. No, it's fine. I can understand you. The trying to make it a job. I'm trying to make it a job. But I'm not getting paid at the moment, so. But I am making the game to sell. And then hopefully I can keep doing that. I can keep doing that. Where am I trying to go? Where am I trying to go? Scene. What do I call these? Resource modified. I'll try to copy that. So I'll draw set physical bone chain. It's kind of in a crazy place. Shape. Okay, so all this will go down here. I think target position is this minus start position. How does that work? Because I think that ground bone ID is the leaf bone, which doesn't have. Oh, no, it definitely would. No, that makes sense. Never mind. That needs to go in there. I need to figure out where I'm going to add that. The shape. Yeah, the shape cast is a child of this one, so it's not true. Internal mode. When I say front, yeah, just say front. And then I have some stuff where I think I need to make it so this ground cast is also going to be a child of this one. But it needs to be teleported to the right position before I do anything. which I think is already what it does, right? The physical skeleton would run, the crawler says, here's the pose. The legs receive that pose, and then the IK runs, and then the IK finishes, and the legs get the callback at that point. So it should be that should be the order, right? Is that the order? That may not be the order, and now I have to figure out why that's not the order. Modification processed, update legs. Physical skeleton. On pose finalized. Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously that makes sense, actually. So the legs get that, and they say, okay, this is where we are physically. So then it should, yeah, teleport stuff to that point, to that end bone, run any physics simulations. Or, yeah, update will compute solve leg forces. I think leg forces is not that exactly. Yeah. Leg update data. We get the ground offset, the ground point. Huh. Okay. The target. Do that. Yeah, ground nodes will go away. Because what I'll do is I'll just teleport to the right location every time and then run the cast. Instead of doing that. Ground cast node. Yeah, so I just is it update legs runs, update legs calls, does some of this stuff. Leg IK set target node, disable IK behavior. How do I make it so the build right? Because the build does this, teleport leg to correct location. Did I mean to write that as a to-do? Probably. So I teleport the leg. I also have the chain. Chain init IK. Does that do anything? I think this doesn't do anything. It actually doesn't do anything. Which I think the point of it is that this is what connects the signals. So whenever I change an IK setting on a part, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's part of it. It's supposed to set up signals so that yeah, I think what I want to do is I think I do a check. I feel like I should say like I think I have IK. Is IK enabled? Yeah. And I think I have this set up right now. So if any of the parts have it enabled, IK is enabled. Yeah. And then I think what it would do is it probably just how do I set up the IK then? Okay, so the crawler character is running through legs. That's how it's building. I think I need to cut this out of here. I think I probably just like turn this to false. I don't know if I should do that. I just won't do that. Yeah, you know, let me say that. Though it does still kind of suck that I'd be running through a whole list for the chains every single time. So it might be preferable to... Yeah, that actually really sucks, I think. I don't know. I don't know. What do I have copied or not? I think I have something copied that's important. Yeah, I did. So I have to build the chain first. If the chain... should build chain return the chain? It's also not found yet. Somehow I need to tell physical skeleton to update that after I build it. Yeah, because otherwise I'm not... Yeah, I am really missing that. That's a big thing to miss. I think I've written this exact thing before, and then I just decided not to do it. Yeah, I'll just do that. Remove it and then send it away. And then here... I think it's like... Maybe I do like a Q... Re-queue this. Huh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that I need like a queue setup thing to recreate this stuff. Queue setup. Yeah. So I'll do that, and then I will say I build chain, and then I want to do chain and knit IK. I would have to get the chain. Okay, I guess this is maybe where I would prefer it to return the chain itself, because I actually don't know if I need it to set up. Let me just have build chain call this to queue up if it succeeds. Only if it succeeds. If it does anything, how about that? If it does anything, I do that. same thing here. And let's have it return that. Actually, I guess I can move this down here. Then I don't know if that's necessary. I obtain the setting count if it's less than this value. Yeah, this is specifically giving each of these that value every time. So setting count 0 plus 1, 0. 1 is less than 0. Do I need to say that? Index 2, setting count 3. I guess it would be... I think this is weird. Alright, let me order this a different way. If the index is greater than or equal to the setting count. So if I'm at 0, setting count is 0, I need to add 1. If I'm at 1, setting count is 2, I'm fine. If I'm at 2, setting count is 2, I need to add 1. Specifically, at least 1 greater than this value. Okay. Yeah, I think I just had that line completely wrong. No, I should probably be... If chain is IK enabled, then I run this. And I just give it the next one. So yeah, I'm trying to... Okay, so yeah, I want to teleport the leg to the correct location. Does it make sense to manage this here? I don't know where it's going. Well, I do know where it's going. It would just be this physical bone chain. I read that as the root bone and I teleport it to the position of the root bone. Build crawler. I think I'm safe to do that. Okay. leg global position will be equal to, so I can still organize it however I want, though I think I want the leg to do that on its own, actually. I actually really specifically want the leg to do that on load. So whenever I run setup, it's doing it here. Do I use global position anywhere? Nope. I just want to check that setup is being called in the right place. Yeah, so it's being called. Not there. Okay, I want to do two things. I would like to teleport it. I would like to teleport it on build and teleport it in ready as well. Let me just call let me make it a method. It does have to have this though, so if it does have to have the skeleton by this point as well, which it, or it has the body, so it's good. Oh, we gave up on that line, did we? What is wrong with you? Why won't you give it? Why won't you let me have it? Jeez. Bone global pose position. Okay. Get bone global pose. Find bone. Physical bone chain. Root bone. Origin. Do I mean for it to be pointing the right way too? I don't think it matters which way it points. But I suppose it would be kind of helpful for like positional stuff if it did point in the direction of the bone, or at least in the rest position of the bone. Maybe I should do that. Because if it pointed that way, it would make like all the targets be just a Z offset. Also, this has to be... Yeah, okay, just give me the full... Just give me the full thing. Okay, not quite. Then I need to say, so I should just be constructing. I guess I need to zoom in and look at one of these bones. Okay, so yeah, I need the negative. X has to be negative. Did I say orthonormalized? Does that return a new one? Returns the orthonormalized version of this basis. Yeah, okay. So I have an apply position there, and then I also have an apply position here in the build. Which I can run right away. Okay, so this should orient this leg. It'll teleport it at the right position when I call that. But that doesn't mean I have to delete these. Just fine. Alright, well it pointed it the right way. But then it failed to do anything. Parameter common parent is null. That's just crazy. What are you talking about? What? Parameter common parent is null. Two, 3, 5, 4. Get path 2. What? Alright, so I got an error that happened, but I don't know what the error is because it failed to print the error message that I tried to print because it didn't have a node. So I'm just going to reload the project and just try that again. Because I have a feeling usually that happens because the thing is just totally bugged out crazy hard and something's just wrong. Yeah, I mean, it just bugs out. Somehow, I don't know how it does it. It just bugs out. Oh! I delete the node. Okay, so when this creates a chain root, which this is the only place it can create it, well, it'll queue a setup. All right, let me just say this. Maybe I should do this. If I don't have it, I do all this stuff. I look for it. Okay. If I do have it, if this is not the case, queue free, null. And did I? Yeah, it's back. Okay, good. So if I get it, I check if it's still in the tree. If it's not, then I null. In fact, I guess I'll have to check it up here. If chain root actually, this should also just be an if. So if we have it and it's not in the tree, do that. And then I guess here is probably just a return chain node root. Otherwise we jump down here, we look for it, and then we return it. In fact, since that's there, then I can just say this. Because the only way I can get down here is that it is currently null. Because I had it. If I didn't have it, it would be null. If I do have it, then I make it null. It would be null. If I have it, then I return it. Okay. In fact, I guess what I can kind of do is I can probably just put a bunch of returns here. I save it and then return it. I save it and return it. And then I can guarantee it's still out here. Oh, at this point it's a null. It's definitely a null. Alright. That method helped a bit. So delete. Clear that. Hit save. I run build again and it's not gonna crazy bug out. Okay. Invalid access to ISIK enabled. Found no physical bone chain, and then I have a mistake there. Yeah, I'd love to go to a cheese. Ah, okay. So I just forgot to write this one out. Apparently. And I see where this came from. Oh, and this one's also wrong. Wait. Wait, no. Chain list size. Found a physical bone chain within the chain root. And then invalid access, that one's fine. Found no chains within here. So I don't really understand how that's happened. So this means that the chain failed to build? Because I call build chain. It returned a null without printing an error, which should be impossible. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so then build chain. Okay, I guess maybe some of these might be a problem. I think this entire thing, I have like no good errors. Yeah, it's a pretty bad error. Is that the problem? No, I said it here. Unless physical skeleton doesn't have the skeleton yet. Which is possible, but I have a method that's supposed to do it. No, it's not, because it creates the chain root, so it definitely exists. So it's not failing on that. Yeah, I don't understand why. Oh, it returns false no matter what. Did I just change that? I'm very confused now. Okay. And now no errors. Did I just do that, like, right now? Did I also... I think I was meaning to commit. Did I even do that? It seems like I didn't. So... Yeah, that's kind of insane. I really need to commit. This is a lot of stuff that I have. Sitting around waiting. Okay, so I did that. Did we teleport the leg? Yep, we still teleported the leg. Oh, jeez. And then the next thing would just be to make this target. Yeah, I mean, I would actually just kind of delete the target, I think. So I'll just delete that target. So now, like I said up here, and when it creates, it would add its children and put them in the right place. Yep. Does the transform have to... Why is the scale a little strange? Where's the scale? What? Transform is not affected by this setting. My thing is, like, what happens when I'm actually, like, going through here and I click this and I hit that? Okay. But why did this not work? I called orthonormalize and it didn't do it. I think there's... Well, there's something else that I... Is there a different thing that I call to do that? No, that's supposed to fix it. Okay. Odd. Really odd. Do these bodies have strange scales? They do. Okay. So for all of these, I'm going to make sure that when these ready, I guess I need to make sure that their scale sets to 0. What's more like a reload part happens? Is this called unbuild? Yeah. Maybe what I should do instead is whenever the resource is modified. Because I change... No, chain is responsible for that. Transform. There. Okay. What are the highlights? Yeah. I'll just say bug. I think what it does is it says it scales every part to be 1, but then it doesn't actually do that. Because I have to set scale to 1, and then that causes everything to be scaled to 1. It's really weird. So whatever math they're doing to calculate what the length should be is wrong. Because it's correct in scale, but it's wrong in orthonormalize. Very weird. Yeah, I think it just literally doesn't fix it. But I'll just go and write that anyway. Yeah, because that's going to be a very annoying thing for me to see 3 changes in scales is like technically changed, but it's just not actually changed. Okay, so let's try that. Build. No errors, I think. Yeah, because I was remove node and then I called it. But I still had that happen. Which I guess means maybe I'm trying to print an error from something that doesn't exist yet. Settings with no target set. Did it, Okay, so it started to write into this one. Did it? It cleared the target. I don't know. Alright, but do these have scale as 1 now? Yep. 2 changes on transforms. Great. Great. Normal. Maybe even verify that it definitely doesn't do it. Yeah. Common parent is null. I'm trying to print something every time I run this. Alright, let's say this. One of these get nice math calls is receiving something that is not in the scene tree. Alright, so it's not this one. Also not that one. Common parent is null. Okay, so it's still happening. Get path to. Parent body. Build part. That wouldn't make sense there. Only one here. Only one. Okay, so it's this one. Why is this one building? Okay. It must be someone else entirely. I have a shared push warning, path get path self. I just don't think it's that one. Oh, Crawlerbot character has it. Oh, is it that? Is that it? It's that line. Just kind of target bone. It knows the target bone. It actually knows the target bone. I don't need to provide that either. Yeah, the legs know their targets. So this is actually, yeah, this is just wrong. So I'm just gonna delete that. Because that shouldn't be there anymore. The legs know where their target should be going. Target IK bone is just the same thing as... The same thing as... What? I mean, the ground bone can be different, but yeah, it's definitely meant to be that. Should be body, skeleton, find bone. It's the only place end bone is written. Okay, good. Yeah, that should be how it runs. And then it'll just print an error if it can't do anything. Now if I hit save, I don't see it anymore, and I still see it. So I'm gonna explode. Because parameter common parent parameter common parent is null. Did I find it from here, or was it like common? Fuck. Soursters split just like that. Yeah, there's something crazy happening right there. So I'm basically looking for that nodes out of the same tree. That's the get path 2. Error continue. Not common. We convert that to a boolean, so it's not even checking that. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna explode now. Get path 2. That is the only spot that get path 2 could possibly be running, and that's running on code that I'm just so sure is not there. Unless root node is not in the scene, even though I'm literally calling get tree edit scene root. And it can't be here because this is a build method and I'm definitely not calling that. Let me check. Just be sure. Yeah, so I'm being trolled. That's exactly what's happening right now. I'm being trolled. This is every get path to, unless it's this one. This is the only possible thing that it could be. In fact, I will literally put a print right before every call of these. With the other calls. So crawler character runs it. It's not crawler character. I'm just so convinced that it's not a thing. I'm so convinced that this is not any of my code that's really running. It has some like fake object existing in the background that's just broken and running code that I've never written before. Running code that is not the current code. Not there. Not there. Not there. So I've got it in every single spot except for physical skeleton. Okay, there's still one place left. I have put a print statement before every single time I call that, so it's fucked again. Can't believe it. How many times that keeps happening. It gets stuck on code that doesn't exist. and I have no, and it's running on save. I don't have any code that runs on save right now. You can write code that does that. I don't have code that does that. Case in point, I just hit save and nothing printed. Because that function is never being called by my code. None of my code has ever called that. Part 3D 2, 2, and 2. That's the one place that makes sense. So now I hit save, and it's not happening. So it was just running some random stupid thing in the background. I'm gonna hit delete. I'm gonna hit build again and see if it comes back. Nothing is happening. I'm gonna do it again. In fact, I'm gonna delete this chain. And then I'm gonna run it again. Nothing happened. I hit save. Nothing happens. Jeez. That's insane. That's just wild. We got rid of them all. Okay, I got them. I don't even know how that happens. I really don't know how that even happens. How does that happen? Okay, I want to try turning this off. It's gone. And then it's gone there. I can see that it's gone. And then I just turn it back on and it's back. And it's there. Cool. Okay. I kind of want to make it internal. I kind of really want to make that internal so it's not actually appearing there. Because it can show up, but I don't want it to really be saved, which is part of it. I still need to be able to access it, but I actually don't think I want it to be saved. Yes, this is still good to load it because it can be there. Get children, include internal, true. But then I won't check internal children of other ones because this will just, I won't be able to move that. So it'll only be as a direct child. So I build, don't think I need that, and then I'll just say internal back. And then I'm not going to want to do get children. Yeah, that's like include internal. Okay. I don't need that. Don't do that. And then I'll just see if that works or not. So this should still, it should still delete it. But when I add it back, I do see it, and now it's not there in the scene. Great. That's what I want. Cool. Because it fully manages it from the state of the resource, I need it to hide it. And that's kind of preferred as well, that it's hidden. Anything here I could theoretically change, though I think it'll still like read the resource and apply it for me. But I could change it, like while it's running. And I would be able to see that change happen. Oh, also, I just realized the step cast is kind of wrong now too, isn't it? Also, this arrow is off center. Weird. This is not in a straight line. Should I actually allow that? To happen? Because I think the way that I do the step transform and all of that stuff is partly under the assumption that the leg, that this node is oriented essentially the same way as the crawler bot is oriented. Nobody puts faith in you, but I put... What? Hey, Danilin. Alright, I need to send this, and then I think... I think I'm done. This is a lot. Oh yeah, I was checking this. Is this still bug? Yep, it's bug. Okay. It is a bug. So chain needs to set scale because orthonormalized just does not do what it says it's supposed to do. And then, yeah, I think I have to do this because otherwise it's going to duplicate it. So I need to make sure I delete the whole thing. Build. Scene. Skills are all correct. Nice. Give up. Peak just came out. Okay, Peak can't come out literally every day. There needs to be like some days between. This video is a playable... What now? I've had my browser unmuted the whole time. What is this? VR 180. Klingon captures enabled. Great. Op Dragon Lore subtitles before GTA 6. What? What did I just click? I just clicked an element on the screen. What the hell? Those are the subtitles? Okay. I guess you're supposed to do it on your phone, right? That is a... Now I see it. Okay, it is, it is an off Dragon lore. How do I shoot? Did it say how to shoot? Oh, it just starts shooting. Is it just shooting? I don't understand. Where am I? What am I supposed to be doing? Level 2? What's the level? What's the level? He just fires. Oh, am I supposed to be aiming at that? They're working. I'm just clicking is the problem. Okay. Also, are they already? Why Klingon? Mobile users use Klingon. Ah, okay, okay. So I don't. Wait, the crosshair? Is a sub... I got him. I did it. That's pretty good. Sub's broken for you? No, yeah, they were right. I was, because I have to click and drag. Well, I guess it said use the arrow keys and the zoom key. I just want to click and drag. Delete Godot start developing on YouTube subtitles. Why is it an off Dragon lore? It's pretty good. Okay. Very cool. Make sure everything is saved. I gotta commit. Yeah, there's a little bit of stuff here that's kind of like all over the place. I probably could have paced these changes a little bit smarter. I think I just copied everything into setting modified and then didn't even... Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Still the feature of the mesh, material, enable, bone enable mesh, material override. I modified all those. Ooh, okay. Git add. Am I doing everything? I'm doing everything but... Yeah, I'm actually doing everything but that last file. Ooh, wait. I'm adding everything. Cool. There's more. I saw this. I saw one of the suggestions was another one. What? Is this just a recreation? Because I saw this. It's actually just a recreation of it.
The team now going back to Old Faithful, and Cold might be in trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him. He's got to hit these shots. We saw Fall in this spot before, the same spot, but with much more
He has half.
utility to work with. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Once again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there as Cold. Oh, what? A jumping double from Cold! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cold is...
That's really silly. Alright. Work on moving leg nodes to targets and shape cast nodes on run instead of being in the scene file. Yeah. Okay, that's basically what I've got here. I feel like I'm like really slow these last few days to get stuff done, but I also feel like I've made more progress in the last few days than I have recently. Well, alright. That's gonna be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Don't worry, you'll take long until you can make something useful. I feel like the sentence is a little butchered, but yeah, I get it. No, I mean, I just think like generally what I'm slow to get through what I'm doing right now. And I think part of it is just because there's a lot and I had to keep all of it in mind. But now chain and part are pretty much set. Now I'm just on to crawler character, crawler leg, and maybe actually no. Chain is not set. Part and physical skeleton are set. I have to get leg, character, and chain. Really done now. I don't need that. Rest up. Yep. I will try. Okay. Well, thanks for watching. Goodbye.